Alright, we should be live.
Hello everyone, welcome to Gaydar Power Scaling, otherwise known as Genshin Impact.
God damn.
Oh my god.
Man. So, for those of you who are not fully aware, I do see somebody in the chat who thinks it's great that we're doing a new system. We are. We are taking Fabula Ultima and we are doing Genshin Impact in it.
This is gonna be interesting.
It's going to be. It's going to be very, very interesting. And since we're doing Genshin Impact, it is only fitting. I keep thinking that my fucking game is open on the title screen. I chose this music! I'm the one who did it!
I'm the one
I
who
thought it was the most fitting, and it is. Objectively. But... So.
Alrighty. Yes, but as you can see, Boone will be our game master. We do not have Master TP with us tonight, but he does plan on joining us. And then other than that, it's me, Jen, Letter, and Beans.
Hello again. Did you think you could escape me?
You can never escape the letter once it's been sent.
I mean, he is Mr. Gotcha here. He is literally going gotcha.
Okay, well, I guess before we start going into what we're doing Genshin-wise, I guess, Boone, walk us through what the fuck is Fabula Ultima?
Fabula Ultima is a system that is designed to be more of a JRPG type of... is designed to a little bit replicate JRPGs. A little bit Final Fantasy, Octopath Traveler, that kind of thing. And I will say that generally speaking, the rules set is a little bit different, but we'll go over that a little bit more. We're probably not going to be going too heavy into the meat of the mechanics in this session. We're primarily focused on character creation, although I think there's some things that I should note about the way that we create the game normally in Fabula Ultima that actually will not necessarily apply to what we're doing here. That we should go over. One thing we should go over is the element of world creation, because believe it or not, this is something that gets done in Session 0 with Fabula Ultima. Normally, the world is created with alongside the players, and everybody's involved in world creation. We've chosen to do this in this system with the world of Genshin Impact, so we're not 100% doing that. I'm kind of serving as an arbiter for if things go too far off the rails from the established lore of Genshin Impact. Generally speaking, though, I'm placing this after what is canonically known to happen in Genshin Impact, and anything that happens later that contradicts it is not our fucking fault. So,
So I guess now that begs the question, how far in Genshin Impact are you going? Because aren't they just dropping, the next chapter?
We are pretty much directly before Nodcry. Right now. And that's just it. We are actually our stuff takes place afterwards. First of all, it's our D&D, it's our tabletop RPG. We can contradict whatever the fuck we want. Generally speaking. That being said, I'm gonna try to keep it loosely within that canon as much as I can. If something goes too far out of the blue, then I'm probably going to say that may not make sense. But generally speaking, part of the reason I've said it after is so that like you guys still have a lot of shaping of the world that you get to do. Basically.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and go over some of the things before we start. Basically, this has an entire this rulebook actually has an entire guideline to going about session 0, which is really great. Like and this is a guideline that actually can apply to other tabletop RPGs as well, and that's one thing I really like about this.
Okay.
So let's talk about commitment and expectations.
Okay.
So so what we've generally decided on, will you play for a set amount of sessions, or are you simply going to start playing and see where the story leads you? I think we generally agreed that we're just going to start and see where the story leads. This is going to be a mostly casual sort of thing that we do every now and again whenever I feel like running it and they feel like playing it, basically. Which goes to, how often will you play? Weekly, monthly, twice per month? I think at most we'd end up doing once per month.
That's fair.
That's the most we'd end up doing, and that's primarily if we're like doing an almost every other Ravnica sort of thing. But I don't even think we'll get to that point.
Well, to be well, it's like, yeah, because like when you put it that way, it's like, yeah, typically for both of our campaigns, Boone, we're at least playing twice a month. But you know, between them, it's like, let's just say like 4 games a month. So it's like, you know, yeah, I'd be willing to sacrifice a Strixhaven night for a Fabula night, and I'm sure maybe you'd probably be willing to do that with Ravnica. And then once Pathfinder is ready, we'll be adding that into the mix.
Generally speaking, one session of something a month at most is probably where. And believe it or not, I have a lot more lore to prepare for this than I would for Ravnica, so it actually does work out because there's a lot. Especially when it comes to session 0 because of letter, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
The sessions are intended to be approximately 4 hours. But how long do we expect the sessions to be? I think about 4 hours sounds about right, yeah?
That's typically what we do, like 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Or sometimes 6, depending on things.
Sometimes we go a little long. I don't know if mine usually go up to 6.
Yours usually goes up to like maybe 5 at most.
Yeah, sometimes I go into that 5th hour. It's saying stuff about checking experience points in that regard. I am not sure that I want to use, because the system does call for experience points. This is something that's good to discuss in the session 0. I am not sure that I want to use experience points.
I agree. Milestone level ups are better, in my opinion.
Like the way the experience point system works is that you actually get experience points, and you can gain, and you typically would gain a level like every other session, maybe sometimes in a single session, depending on how things go. But generally speaking, I think the milestones will work better, because then we can be like, okay, we finished that. For the way that we've been doing things, I think doing the milestones will work much better.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a good thing to discuss, because we're discussing it because it has happened. If there are missing players, will you reschedule the session, or will you play them less? Which solution will you adopt for the missing players' characters? With what we're doing right now, TP's character just won't necessarily be involved yet. If TP winds up being able or willing to join us partway through, that'll be great. But I will discuss any character creation and world creation stuff that needs to be gone over with TP, should that arise. But generally speaking, the people in our group, like for instance, if Realm decided that oh, you guys seem to be having fun. Let me make something and hop into your group. We'd be down for that. You know.
Mhm.
So there is the ability to sort of hop in and out a little bit. Within our little group, I think that's generally agreed.
Okay. What about yeah? Granted, I haven't touched this yet in Strixhaven, but I know like when in Jordan's games, occasionally we would have guest players. So like, would that be something you'd be willing to allow? Like if like let's just say like I know like Brandon and Ryan typically they typically show up and listen in on our D&D streams, and if let's just say if either of them wanted in.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Okay.
Like guest in during a story arc, maybe somebody local to the region that we're in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The next thing we're going to talk is tone and themes. What kind of tone are we looking at? Are we doing heavy dramatic? The tone is going to be pretty similar to Genshin Impact. We are going to occasionally dive into sort of heavy dramatics, but the day-to-day of what we're doing is going to be a little bit more lighthearted in a lot of cases. That being said, eventually we're going to be going like a little bit more. We're going to have stuff that's a little bit more serious. I'm not going Honkai Star Rail Dark. For those who know, they know.
Oh my god! Oh, I know. Oh, I fucking hated it. Oh my god.
But
The
Genshin
music was
Impact does.
fantastic.
Oh yeah. But Genshin Impact does touch on some heavier themes from time to time, but generally speaking, doesn't really dive as far into them. Are there any particular thematic elements that anybody wants to, in particular, go into with Genshin Ultima? And some of this you can discuss with me privately if you want to keep it secret, a thing that you want to be about your character. Obviously. But are there generally any thematic elements that you would feel especially comfortable with? Or conversely, anything you in particular would like us to avoid?
I like the idea that we're like going like with Strixhaven, that yes, it's very lighthearted, but it, we do have its little serious moments. That's the theme I like going into this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty down for that. Like, again, not to reveal too much about characters and such, but I mean, like Boone, at least with what I've shared, with what I want to do with my character, like drama absolutely is going to be necessary.
Yeah, you in particular are on the darker end of the spectrum when it comes to Genshin lore.
Yeah, it's like oh my god, I'm taking a crack at a dark character. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to be inherently lighthearted due to how my character works. It is simply I guess you could say, luck of the draw.
It truly is.
My character is just very shy.
I guess this next part is something that we can mention real quick. How do we feel about intra-party conflict?
As long as it doesn't get too chaotic with the party fights, I'd be fine with that. As long as it doesn't get too chaotic.
Like, ultimately, like. I mean, I personally wouldn't mind. Ultimately, it's just as long as it doesn't carry outside a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't like divulge into like, oh, I'm gonna kill your character or some stuff like that. It's like, I'm gonna kill you.
Given that this is a Genshin Impact, I think that I'm going to just read off what it says for the next question.
Mm-hmm.
When describing season actions, are you okay with over-the-top anime descriptions? Or would you prefer a heroic but more Fable-like approach? What do you guys think we're going to go with for Genshin Impact?
It's like, yeah, I think...
we might be going the anime route.
Like, I am down for that.
And I would go more into the safety discussion, but this is a discussion that we very frequently have in terms of our other games. Because again, I just wanted to go over that the rulebook has all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the rulebook has a basic structure to your session 0 in the rulebook, which is amazing. Now, that being said, we're going to gloss over world creation for now, because basically we're going to be discussing aspects of the world that may or may not be true. And some of the group creation, because I already have because we can come up with that idea as we're doing some of the character creation stuff. Now, one of the main things, especially these first few steps of character creation. So, there are 3 particular traits that, other than your name, that serve as a core basis for the character and involve some things that can be drawn upon with Fabula points, which are something I will explain a little bit more when we go a little bit more into mechanical things. But these are identity, theme, and origin of your characters. The identity is going to be a short sentence that summarizes how they see themselves in the moment. This actually can change over the course of the game as who you feel yourself as can shift based on your character development.
Okay. Oh, so this is okay. So we're on the character sheet now.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Let me pull that up for the audience. So
where character sheets?
It got linked up somewhere. If somebody can find it. But yeah, for you, the audience, I know we've done sessions before where we've gone and made D&D character sheets. We've done Pathfinder character sheets, so now this is the Fabula character sheet, and I can just see already it's radically different from what we've been doing.
Oh yeah, it's very different. By the way, on the sheet that we have here, when you make a copy of it, that word Zenit, I want you to replace the word Zenit with Mora when you copy your sheet, because Zenit is not our currency. Our currency is Mora.
Yep, gotta use them Genshin bucks.
Yes. And no, we're not using Primogems as that currency.
Oh God.
Is that the sheet that I should be using, by the way? The one that was posted by Leto earlier?
Yes.
Alright, cool. I will make a copy.
Yeah, the only change you'll need to make, for one, we're not going to worry about the experience points, and for two, just replace Zenit with Mora. That's going to be the main thing.
Where is that?
It's down below attributes and status effects.
Ah, Mora. M-O-R-A?
Yes.
Cool.
That is the name of the primary currency in Genshin Impact. It is named for the god of contracts, Morax, but it's very impolite to call him Morax. He is also, to any of your knowledge, dead. Anyway.
Fucking rip more, whatever the fuck.
There are more polite names to refer to him as. Rex Lapis.
Rip Lapis? Just screwing it up on purpose.
Damn.
Oof.
So yes, when it comes to identity, it should be a short sentence that kind of describes how your character sees themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I did notice that Canvas, or not Canvas, Zanya,
Yes.
already proposed one. Warden Archivist of the Shattered Slab. I do like that.
Yeah. It gets
And
across the protectiveness, the job inclination, and her weapon.
Okay.
And if you're struggling with it, the identity creation tables there's like a table for this stuff that has some words to potentially use to give some reference if you would like to. And the thing is, I'll go ahead and explain this part. One of the things that you can do with your Fabula points is you can invoke your identity. Which means that basically if something makes sense in regards to what your identity is, like for instance, with the Warden Archivist, yes, that table, and there's also another table for like the second half of the sentence. For instance, let's say Zanya is. For instance, one way that could fit with Zanya is if Zanya was explicitly trying to protect someone because she's a warden, or if she's looking for ancient information because she's an archivist.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Or she's studying rocks because Shattered Slab. I'm struggling to come up with an exact way to. I'm struggling with an exact way to come up with how the Shattered Slab is like easy to invoke, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
And what that will do is normally let you, and what being able to do that will do. And I believe it actually says on your sheet. No, it just says it says when you invoke a trait to re-roll one or both dice, except on a fumble. But it also tells you all the ways that you gain Fabula points. Like on your sheet, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Hey Beans. Monster Hunter's on here.
Where?
Third row, number 7.
Alright, yeah.
Does anyone else have an identity kind of figured out?
I kind of have to roll, don't I?
If that's how you want to do it.
I kind of have to.
All right, go for it. So what we'll do first, so here's how we'll do it. Here's how we'll do you rolling. So the thing is, with each of these tables, it says up to 2, and up to 1. So first, I want you to roll a d6 to begin with to see how many core concepts you will have. 1 and 2 means you have 0. 3 and 4 means that you get 1, and 5 and 6 means you get 2.
6.
Okay, so now I need you to roll 1d6, and then a d20 for one of them.
D6 is a 1, 11. Inventor.
Of course, letter would get inventor. So now I need you to do that again. A d6 and a d20.
That's a 4 and a 16.
4 and a 16?
Templar!
Inventor Templar!
Bro.
Oh, no!
Alright, roll a d6 again for your adjectives, for the number of adjectives you're gonna have.
Three.
For a 3, you get 1 adjective. So roll a d6 and a d20.
Okay. I don't have this other one up yet. Adjectives. Okay. 410. Young. You know, that makes sense.
Young Inventor Templar. I've already liked this concept. Now, for detail, go ahead and roll a d6 just so we're not getting too many different kinds of die. Basically, odds will mean no detail. Evens will mean add a detail.
It's a 4. Add a detail.
All right, just roll a d20.
Wait, no, I know what my detail
Yeah,
is.
actually,
we know what it
from
is.
another dimension.
From another dimension. We already know what it is.
Granted, a lot of these could fit. Like, imagine if you rolled from an ancient bloodline. Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense. But there are some of these others that make sense. For instance, without a homeland, we could tie that in, potentially. For example. So there are a few others here, but I think from another dimension is the most fitting. So let's go a little bit into the flavor of what makes you a descender.
I also need to add. There is one I need to add because of how the character looks. An adjective, non-human.
Okay. I think one thing we could go on with that. Did you since you're an inventor, did you create the machine that you used to get to Tavat?
Probably. And
Yeah.
it immediately malfunctioned because that's not what it was meant to do.
Makes sense.
It was not what it's meant to do, like most of the things I do.
You were trying to go to a different world.
It wasn't meant to send me anywhere.
It was meant to make toast.
It was meant to bring things to me.
Now, a Templar is a knight of a religious military order. Is your religious military order? Do you worship the gods of RNG?
Yes. Lady Luck is sometimes on my side.
Occasionally.
When the coins are head faces up.
Yep.
Mage Healer of Sumeru is what we've got for Eve.
I know. I'm trying to think. Like,
I will say one of your other traits is part of that sentence. Don't include of Sumeru in there.
Okay.
That will be clearer later on in the character creation.
Okay.
But it's part of another thing that you can invoke.
Okay, cool.
Say his name and he DMs. I believe in Boonslayer.
Yeah, this is a once in a boon, am I right?
What's in a balloon's tower defense? I believe some people may be prepared to move forward, but for now, I'll go ahead and.
It's like,
yeah.
That's what I'm about to say. It's like, I can come up with my sentence after the session.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's possible that it could be easier to come up with your sentence as we come up with other stuff.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it.
Okay.
So the other one is the theme. The theme is most often going to be one word. There are some suggested themes here. Obviously, if you have something a little bit more specific than the suggested themes in the book, we can go with that. It does say if it's your first character, strongly suggested that you pick a theme from the list below. Otherwise, you can create something new and unique. That, I feel like, is more so from a role player's perspective, because we've done RPGs before, so we understand, like, creating a theme. And typically, I would prefer for it to be like a one-word theme. I think that makes the most sense.
All right. Well, mine's is on
one-word theme. It's pretty fucking simple.
Yeah, mine's.
Yeah, Kaza, yours is obvious.
Yeah, mine's is on the list.
Yours is right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to say mine out loud.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to keep a little bit of a mistake about what I'm doing until the game actually starts. But I am going to put a picture of it in chat. In here.
Yeah, 'cause, like, again, I don't want to give too much away either, but.
Yeah. I know exactly how I'm going to use when you want to invoke that. I'm going to veto Eve. I'm going to veto your theme being bubbles.
Yeah. They like my bubbles.
Because the theme is typically a strong ideal or emotion. I will say, Gacha's theme doesn't sound like it should be either one of those, but it is.
Okay.
Like, it can very easily tie into that. Yours is a little bit weird to tie that into, like, an emotion.
Okay, emotion.
Yeah. Okay. So, so for the audience,
I get.
I'm sorry.
In the
yeah, go on.
In the book, there are some themes, and again, your theme can change over time too.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, stuff.
Yeah, I was actually just about to read off the suggested themes in the book for the audience, so they can kind of get an idea. So you have ambition, anger, belonging, doubt, duty, guilt, hope, justice, mercy, and vengeance.
Ooh.
Eve, considering the nature of why you're out on this journey that we've already discussed, I think either belonging or doubt would fit really well with you.
I'm gonna go with belonging.
Okay, yeah.
Because I feel strongly with that.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like an example of a theme potentially changing, for instance, Kaza, your theme is vengeance. Maybe eventually you find out more about what happened, and that vengeance shifts more into wanting to prevent other people from suffering that harm. So it might shift towards justice, or maybe it's like, oh, this is a greater threat than I realized. This is a greater threat than just about what happened to me. Well, now I need to be the hope, or like, oh, they targeted me specifically. Now I feel guilt. Like, it can change in those different ways, even beyond just like resolving that vengeance and then having a new goal to set upon afterwards.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even beyond just that simple of a way of it changing.
Yeah.
Because that seems like that's the obvious way it would change.
Yeah. But... yeah, it's just right now at the beginning of the story, yeah, absolutely vengeance.
Yeah, like maybe eventually Eve finds out with her thing of belonging, it turns into hope.
Mm-hmm. Or it can also turn into doubt because like you find that answer, but it leaves you with a new question.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways it can go, and now, next up we have origin. Now, everybody comes from somewhere. This is basically where you are from. I've had most of you already pick this.
Right. It's time for this, is it?
Typically, origins are the one of the traits that do not change during the game. There are some exceptions to this. I'm just going to go ahead and list off. Kaza, you're from Natlan.
Yes.
You can actually go ahead and list your tribe as well as your origin.
Question: which tribe should I be going for? Like, because I worked with different. I was involved in multiples. So, which one should I list? Like the one he was born into, or the one he was with most recently? Like,
which one do you feel your character has the strongest connection with, or would you rather just say Natlan because you're not as specifically tied to one tribe?
I would say there is one tribe, absolutely. If I recall, I believe it's, they were called People of the Springs.
People of the Springs, yes, that would be the one that Mulanni's from.
Okay, so People of the Springs.
Actually, wasn't there the one you mentioned in the backstory that you sent me? A connection to the one with the Kukasaurs, correct?
Yes.
That would not be People of the Springs.
Yeah, the water people?
The water people would not be Kukasaurs.
Oh. I thought that was...
Because the Kukasaurs are... Yeah, the Kukasaurs are actually the flower feather. Because the Kukasaurs... Yeah, the Kukasaurs are the sort of vulture-like ones.
Okay. Alright, yeah, well, I guess, spoiler alert, that's where he's from. That's his birth tribe. But there's another tribe that he has a stronger connection to.
So, would you say that there's a stronger connection with the People of the Springs, then?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Then go ahead and do People of the Springs, then.
Okay.
And again, you don't have to be that specific. It depends on where the connection goes.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, again, trying to keep it spoiler-free, but hopefully you know why.
Oh, yeah. I know why. Now, Zanya and Eve, both of you are from Sumeru. Is there anything more specific than being from Sumeru that you want to do?
I think I want to put down Sumeru City specifically.
Okay.
Because that's where she actually comes from.
She is from where her two dads are.
They would be in the city. Is there... Actually, Zanya, you have a specific Darshan that you are a part of, correct?
Right, yeah, we did figure that out. Was it... Which one was it? It was...
I believe it was Haravatat, but let me scroll back to see. Yeah, it was Haravatat.
Yeah, that might be what we put down there, actually. I'll put that in brackets.
Now.
For Avatar.
Gotcha.
Oh, here we go. Here
it is.
Technically speaking, your origin is not Tavad, but that's a cop-out.
It's also hard to invoke it.
Yes, also hard to invoke. So, the thing about the Descenders is they all wind up landing somewhere in Tavad. I have my own table. It is possible that depending on what you roll, I am fucked lore-wise. So, I want you to roll a d10.
A D10. Okay.
Boon's praying to the RNG gods.
That is 2.
2. Okay. You landed in Inazuma. Inazuma is the nation of Electro.
Okay.
Interesting place for an inventor to show up.
Yeah. Yeah, the region based off of Japan.
Yes, based off of Japan, and their theme is eternity, which is very interesting. So how long ago would you say that you got to Inazuma, potentially?
I would say not long ago, as they're still wearing the clothes that they were in when they disappeared.
Okay, so definitely post Vision Hunt Decree. So when you arrived, like, ports were open and everything. God, I almost want to make you friends with Arataki Ito.
Oh.
It would be so funny.
Do it.
But we'll figure more of that out in a bit. While we're at it, hey. So I am now going to reveal to you one of the primary things about what you wanted to do with your element becoming random. We're going to determine what your element is basically during the scenes in this particular day, in this particular session, for the most part, and unless there's other reasons to change them, of course. And we're also we're also going to line that up with what your element was when you landed. So I want you to go ahead and roll me a d8.
1d8 coming up. I think I even have these element.
This will be you rolling your elemental die.
Yes, I can see. 5 hydro.
5 is hydro, correct.
I have the list. You've given it to me before.
Yes. So you are hydro for now.
For now, until I cast a spell, and then oh no.
So we've gotten through some of these main elements here. Of these are things that can be invoked. We can invoke the fact that you're from Inazuma in various scenes. We can invoke the fact that some of you are from Sumeru. We can invoke the fact that you have ties to the people of the Springs. Now we get to talk a little bit about mechanics and character creation. So, you guys are going to choose starting classes at level 5. By the way, if you're able to, please send me copies of your sheets so that I can look over them at some point during all this.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, you start at level 5, and you choose either 2 or 3 starting classes. Probably going to select 2 for simplicity's sake. I will, at the moment, go over a basic rundown of all the classes. Arcanists. They are summoners.
Sup?
Chimerist. Druids. Dark Blades are kind of like Dark Knights of some sort. Elementalists. They use elements. We'll go over a few changes to the way that elements work that I'm doing because Genshin. in a moment. Entropist. Gotcha.
Have you ever heard of rolling the dice? I have exactly that.
Fury. Imagine barbarians. Guardian. They guard. Lore Master. They know things. Orator. Talkie bards. They can be singy bards too, if we want to flavor it that way, of course. Rogue. Sharpshooter. They use ranged weapons a lot. Spiritists. Support. They do things with light.
Sup?
Wayfarer. I go exploring. And Weapon Master. They master
You
the
skipped one.
weapons.
You skipped one.
Ah, yes. Tinkerer. They make things. and
Hello,
they
mate.
use-
It's me.
Tinkerer. Luke.
You really should be careful. If I end up in this world, there's magic fucking everywhere, and that means I can make more shit.
God, Luke would take over Tevat.
Luke would take over any world he lands in if given enough time.
Do you want to post our copy sheets down in the Genshin chat?
Either in the Genshin chat or in the DMs, whichever you feel more comfortable with.
Alright, I'm gonna put mine in the
Gonna repost mine there.
Okay. Hang on a tick. Let me just close that screen for a
I have
minute,
already
so I-
done my class levels because I found myself interested in coming up with shit.
I might.
Yes.
I just realized that it would fit really well if I'm Guardian and Lore Master.
I know
would
shit
fit
and I
really
stop
well.
people from being hurt.
I get to use insight on attacks, it's fine.
Oh. Oh.
This is fine, don't worry about it.
Hilarious.
Okay, got a link. There we go.
Beware the nerd with a big sword.
Okay. Alright, so I know I gotta think about this because it's like. Yeah, because you said this is 2 classes.
It is
Yeah.
2
You
classes.
must pick 2 or 3.
Okay. Oh.
And
Okay.
we have 5 levels to throw between them?
Yes.
Okay, I got
Okay,
it.
I think I'll go with 2 levels in Arcanist. And the rest in Spiritualist.
Okay.
I think that sounds fairly
So
balanced.
with your classes, you do get certain free benefits with your classes.
Mm-hmm.
Which when you go to the classes entry in the book, you'll be able to see what your free benefits is at the top. Otherwise, you have skills that you can pick up at each level in your class. Give me just a second.
Let's see.
And basically, there are some things that are not as properly organized, at least for me personally, as it were. So basically, Um,
Ooh.
Zidite.
basically,
Thank you.
when you put a level into a class, you acquire one of its skills, or you can level up what you've already acquired if it says on there, if it has like the plus symbol beside it for basically having additional levels in that skill. So to go over it with the Arcanist, since we know that somebody is Arcanist, if you're getting 2 levels in Arcanists, let's say maybe you want to like the Arcanist is going to be all about summons. For instance, I'd imagine the first thing you would probably want is well, not necessarily because no, because most of your other skills don't work at all. Okay. So, basically, for example, one of the ones that you would pick as an Arcanist would be Bind and Summon, since almost all of your abilities require you to be able to summon.
Alright, yep. Makes sense.
And you also have a list of the ones you can do, although I think... Although one thing that I will say with these, you are a Catalyst user, so this is something I wanted to discuss in terms of damage types, because in Genshin, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be simplifying certain things by way of doing that with some of the damage types, so you don't have to worry about keeping track of as many different kinds of damage. Personally, except for Gacha, who has to keep track of all of them. But basically, there are situations where it'll say it does a particular type of damage. Now, physical is one of the damage types in the game. Almost all things that do physical damage will still do physical damage, with certain exceptions that I'll go over. However, any other type of damage in there will be converted to whatever your element is. So, for instance, Eve, let's say you have this Arcanum of the Forge.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say that the offensive ability, we'll say at the very least the offensive abilities will, instead of it being fire or pyro, it will be hydro.
Alrighty, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably just put down hydro thing.
Yeah, basically any when you're writing the abilities in, just do it as hydro. Although I will say the resistances, I think you'll get to keep those. I think it makes sense for you to still be, although they will have to change somewhat. They will have to change to the appropriate types. So if you put them down, I'll probably come to you at some point with put down the resistances and stuff as is. And I will determine what might need to change in terms of the resistances.
Alrighty, just give me a sec. My computer's being shit.
You're fine. So that's an example, and you will end up choosing two skills. And again, you will begin with one Arcanum bound to you. and you will otherwise get new ones through story progression, aka when I give you your constellations.
Okay.
So you are you're an arcanist and a spiritist, correct, Jen?
Yes.
Okay. So on top of having your summons, you're also going to have healing abilities. Probably. Some sort of support.
Yep. And I will say, I'm not going to spoil too much, but there is a reason why I've chosen healing for Eve.
And interestingly, with Spiritist, one of the things that you have the ability to spend on is your spiritual magic. Each time you spend a level getting spiritual magic, you gain access to a new spell on this Spiritist list. You can and some of them are offensive spells. They are marked with little lightning bolts. And again, if they deal a damage type other than Hydro, they deal Hydro. In your case, you don't deal physical damage. Because you have decided that your character is a Catalyst user. Catalyst users in Genshin Impact never deal physical damage. Kaza is also Catalyst user, but is a very different kind of Catalyst user. Because people who use their fists are typically also Catalyst users in Genshin Impact.
Yeah, I'm basically playing a monk.
Yep.
Yeah, which, from what it sounds like, Fury is probably a class I need to that I'm looking into.
Yeah, Fury does look like a good fit. It looks like what you've got right now is Fury and Weapon Master.
That's kind of where I'm leaning into right now, just because, like, yeah, because you mentioned the it plays like a barbarian, so it's like, well, I know how barbarians play. Thank you, Arc. But then I looked at, like, the skills, like, for Weapon Master, and, like, Weapon Master gives you options like counterattacking and shit. So I was like, ooh, that's
and the thing is,
that's something I want.
And the thing is, they care about when you do a lot of these abilities care about when you do weapon attacks, which does actually count unarmed attacks.
Let's see. And I'm thinking.
And Kaza, I know you're probably not going to use this, but do not forget that being a weapon master, you have access. You are able to equip martial melee weapons and martial shields.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like the Fury gives me the martial melee weapons and the armor, and the Weapon Master gives me the shields.
Yeah.
And plus 5 HP from both of them.
Yes, just don't forget to record it on your sheet because you actually have these little tick marks at the top of your equipment where you can record that.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide. Me skills.
This is probably the part that's going to take the longest. Gacha is an Entropist and Elementalist.
What do you mean it's going to take the longest? I've already set one up. I'm already done.
Well, yeah, you did yours a while back.
Yeah, when we settled on the character concept, I got my stuff done.
I notice, Zanya, on yours you have Archivist listed as one of your classes.
Wrong thing. Right.
Yeah, it should be Lore Master.
Lore Master, that's it. I don't know, I just put it in there because my brain was thinking about other things. Don't worry, I'm not looking at any other class, I'm looking at... It's really nice and easy to be classed as Guardian and Lore Master because I can just scroll up and down because they're right next to each other.
Oh yeah.
The same with Elementalist and Entropist.
Makes sense, they're both E. So I think I want... how many of these do I care about? Oh yeah, something I wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
With the specific way that she uses the weapon, you know, the slab, as we've been calling it,
Right.
can I treat that as if it is a dual shields? Because it's essentially just a giant slab. Twin shields is described in Guardian. It's a unique weapon that only they can use.
Let me take a look. Yeah, I'll allow it. You're defense. You're just gonna be a defense scaler.
Yeah. So that means one of my things is dual shield bearer, and I think the other one. So you may take that place.
You do have a couple of good choices, including potentially doing defensive mastery, which has a lot of funny interaction with that.
Yeah. I think I want from Lore Master. I want Flash of Insight and Trained Memory.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably pick up Quick Assessment later. And then from Guardian, I'll want Defensive Mastery, Protect, and Dual Shield Bearer. So I'm going to start copying those over.
All right.
So I get access to cool, useful weapon or defensive capabilities. I am very defensive, and when other people are in danger, I can be their defensiveness.
Like most Geo characters, you scale on defense.
All right. Yeah, it's like, I guess double check my sheet, Boone, if I'm just to make sure I'm doing this right. No, like basically, I'm just going like I want to build my character being like frontline fighter, and then it sounds like with Weapon Master you get Breach, and that's like, oh, that's a way to fuck with people. It's like basically like if I'm reading the rules correctly, like I can give up some MP, if you call it that, and instead of dealing damage, I can target their shields, I can target their armor, like I can break shit and make it easier for you guys to kill them.
I just picked up the ability of screw you anime. I have anime version of Keen Mind, in the I can go back in time in my mind and review a situation that I was in, so that I can look for other details that I didn't look for at the time.
Nice.
Screw you! I'm in the anime now.
Yeah.
I go back in time in my memories.
Yeah, that's like, yeah, like I'm like counterattack, break defenses. Oh, my health is like half of my HP. I get stronger.
Yeah, you go into what is it, Crisis, and you get Fury gone nuts.
Yeah, that's what adrenaline. Like I deal extra damage when I'm below half my health.
You appear to have spent 6 levels.
I did?
Adrenaline 2, Withstand 1, Counterattack, and Breach 2.
Okay. Yeah, it figures. This is why I suck at maths. We'll make that breach 1.
Alright, let's write this out. So we want to describe this messy thing. So you roll a 13 or higher on a check performed to investigate a creature, item, or location. This includes the study action during a conflict. You may ask the game master up to 1 question, because I've only got 1 level of it, concerning the subject of your investigation. You may ask these questions immediately or save them for later. Whenever you ask one of these questions, the game master will answer truthfully and you will describe your character's deductive process. Right. Can only be used once per thingy.
You appear to have put the text for Flash of Insight onto Defensive Mastery. Yep. Yeah.
Let me just yoink that, move it over here.
I would actually recommend leaving some of the extra space below and actually just putting the skill information for and using the extra lines to basically have the information for different skills, because it's possible that depending on how, or I guess it depends. Like just leave it available in case you wind up needing it for what you'll have later, because it's possible that you'll wind up with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You do not appear to have any means of dealing non-physical damage, which is very unusual in Genshin. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm going to provide that. Depending on your stuff. I'll just have a look.
Probably put my dice into my stats, or is that not a thing we've gotten to yet?
We haven't gotten into that yet.
Okay. My dexterity is going to be non-existent.
I will tell you what. I know what I'm gonna do. For you.
What are you gonna do to me? What's going on?
Since you have Protect, because the thing is, I'm not sure if because there's one way I could do this that would functionally turn all of your damage into Geo.
Right.
Which I don't think that necessarily makes sense either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that when you use Protect,
yeah,
the next time that you deal physical damage after you've protected, it will be converted to geo damage, and that will overwrite if somebody else has some kind of infusion on you. AKA if gacha has an infusion on you. Because gacha's the one who can do that shit.
Hi, if you don't have any way of dealing elemental damage, I can fix that. I just can't choose what kind of damage you'll do.
Really can't. Well, if you roll an 8, you can.
If I roll an 8, I can. That's when Lady Luck works.
1 in 4 shot of getting the type you want, so win-win. And it's possible that I can adjust this based on what you may take, like, later on as well. Depending on if you take things where it's like, oh, I have a better way of giving you geo damage than that. Eve, do you have an idea of what the Eve? What is...
What's going on?
What is... Okay. I don't think you fully understood the assignment on how to fill this out. Because you seem to have listed skills as free benefits and not listed your free benefits.
Oof.
Is anyone else not able to hear them? They're muted.
Yeah, I am also not able to hear.
Muted. Jen, are you alive? You're muted. Might be AFK.
Doobie-doobie-doo.
So she's a spiritist. Hello. Oh, and muted again. Can do
That sounded like
ritualism.
Panic noises. Or annoyance noises. One of the two. Alright, so, I have more of that, so... Weapon accuracy damage. I'm going to space this out so that it's in line with the things. There we go.
I'm currently trying to figure out what one of these is. So
Oh. Whoop. Nice. Discord
it
is
is
being
in fact Discord being stupid.
That makes sense.
Okay. Because
Discord
of,
is exploding as usual.
because of course.
Deals extra damage equal to my skill level in defense and mastery. Which is important.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Hey, there we
Hello.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's going on is that Discord decided to have a freezing update because I have 3 things open.
Oof.
Oh,
And of course, my fucking people was being mean.
Jen, at the moment, okay. So what you've wound up doing is you've wound up listing what appear to be skills under as free benefits and not listing your free benefits.
I apologize.
I am also slightly confused by one or two things. So
I'm confused by many things all the time.
yeah.
Anyway.
So let's go over this one at a time, okay?
Okay.
What is elementism?
Hang on. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
I mean, for now, I'm gonna hide these so that it's nice and clean. I can unhide them.
Feel free to hide them.
Hide rows, it's off to how we goes. These ones. Alright, so I've got that done. Got that done. So we only get the free benefits for taking a level in the class once, or is it each time we gain the level?
That is a good question. I need to figure that out myself.
Yeah, because it says on each of the
believe-
different things free benefits and class level, and I'm like, could be. We will see. There's probably more optimal ways to make a character, but who the hell cares?
It appears that you only get the free benefits once, but they will stack if you're getting the free benefits from multiple different classes.
Yeah, alright. I will distract myself before I go too far ahead.
All right.
return.
Yay! Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Jen's computer appears to be giving her bad timing on updates, and we're trying to figure out what has gone on with the character sheet. I know part of what's gone on with the character sheet. I just don't know. What? Okay.
Oh shit, Paintable's Paradise launches tomorrow.
Really?
Stop. No, I need to not go ahead. Stop it, B. Distract myself. Phone distract.
Castle Crashers fans are eating good tomorrow.
Wait, why?
Paintable's Paradise launches tomorrow.
I don't know what that is.
It's the new DLC for Castle Crashers. That is a complete rework of the game. Everything's drawn and animated from redrawn and animated from scrap. Everything you can make custom characters. There's a whole new world, a whole new story,
A whole new world,
new enemies, a new boss.
new fantastic point of view.
Let me know if you can hear us, Jen. There's no pressure.
Okay, I'm back. I am sorry.
Hello.
I just got a little overheated. You know how I am when it comes to this shit.
No problem.
You're fine.
Yep. Totally.
Yeah, you're
understandable.
absolutely fine.
You don't need to apologize for getting frustrated with the fucking computer you're using giving you shit.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
also-
coming from Leto. That's very common.
Alright.
Yeah, trust me.
I am fixing the things now, and I will go over
Yeah.
it later.
Yeah, you're getting the right idea. Based on what I'm seeing from these other things, there's something I would like to make note of for you to be aware of, Jen,
Yeah.
in terms of your abilities.
Mhm.
You have healing power and support magic, both of which give you something extra when you cast a spell that targets your allies.
All right.
But you don't have any spells.
Not yet.
It is also worth noting, so I would say that this, instead of taking ritual spiritism,
Yeah.
you would potentially be better served by taking a spiritism spell that you can target an ally with that slot.
All right.
Unless you want to do like, because and this is perfectly legal to do, if you wanted to do 1 level of Arcanist and 4 levels of Spiritist, because that is also perfectly legal.
You know what? I might. Yeah, I'll go with that. I could put in one more level and then just like.
Yeah, basically do it as like 4 levels of Spiritist, so you still have the rituals and you get a spell that you can target allies with. And have your forge so that you have your personal shield.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
By the way,
yeah.
later there is a spell I'm going to take, but I have good character reasons why I'm taking this spell.
I should make it clear that this isn't quite like D&D where you get like multiple spells per level.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also why the leveling is typically a little bit faster in this game. Because when you take a level of spiritual magic, you get a spell.
Sweet.
Yeah. So basically the way we're doing things is you would have the rituals, which are actually not spells, which I'm aware seems a little bit strange when you're not fully aware of it. But you also have the... And obviously one thing you can... And that's just it. As you level up more, maybe you pick up more spells that let you do more different forms of support. Mm-hmm. Or you level up your Arcanum. Various different ways to go about it. And that's part of the beauty of like what you can do. You can go in several different directions with, like, even if you were to level up Spiritist like all the way through, there's like several different ways you can do it.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, if you wanted to go the route of Vismagus, you could, like... You could be able to cast your spells with your own hit points. Like, I don't think you'll be doing that, but... That, like, just to elaborate for the audience, that is a direction that people can take. And that's part of the interesting thing with this system. Is that you have all kinds of little bits and bobs.
I sent you a thing, by the way, Boone.
Okay. Let me take a look. I like it. So, now that we're kind of at least mostly put together on our classes,
Mm-hmm.
let us go ahead and start talking about the attributes. Now, here's the thing. We very rarely are going to be rolling d20s in this game. So there are 4 attributes: dexterity, insight, might, and willpower. And instead of having like a score, what you have is a die size. And the way this works is that there are there are 3 different arrays that you can do for your die size. I'm going to go ahead and put these in the Genshin Ultima channel. You could be a jack of all trades and have all of your dice be d8s. You could be just average, and instead of having everything be d8s, you can have one be a d6 and one be a d10. Or you can be specialized. Have 2 of your abilities be d6s and 2 of your abilities be d10s. It is possible for these to increase later down the line, I believe, as you level up.
So we get to choose which of these 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, so dexterity, insight, might, willpower, right?
Well, the thing is, these die arrays, you get to also arrange them in the way that you want. So, for example, if it depends on how dexterous or insight for your character, Jen.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a second.
For reference, mine's not a terrible character, not a terrible preference. Because I'm not very dexterous or willful, but my character is a nerd with a lot of strength, so they have 6, 10, 10, 6.
Sounds fair. So unless you're planning on getting any Arcanist rituals, unless you're planning on getting the Arcanist rituals, I need to double check your classes, Jen.
Alright, 1 level in Arcanist, the rest are Spiritualist.
Right. Give me just a moment to double check what would benefit you the most. All right. So the main things you're going to want, Jen, are going to be insight and willpower.
All right.
So you could do a 10 10 6 6 with 10s in insight and willpower, or you could it all depends on how you want your character to be. Do you want your character... I'd imagine might is going to be a 6 for sure.
Yeah, might is definitely going to be a 6.
Right, and the question is, do you want 2 8s and a 10, or do you want 2 10s and a 6? That's really the only question.
I'll take the 2 10s.
Okay.
Alright, so... Alright, so I will roll... Dex...
I see that the gambler has already done this. Everybody's going specialist. All right.
Alright. Dex got a 2.
We got a very specialized team. It's fine.
Insight is a...
Does the Fury have 10 dex?
10 dex, 10 might, and then 6 on insight and willpower.
All right, cool. So we have people that are good at everything. We've got to actually balance across the board for those stats. Because I've got insight and might. We've got people with insight and willpower. We've got dex and might. So the only other thing is we don't really have a might willpower, but I don't think we need that combination. We've got enough coverage. It's fine. Wild.
By the way, I can confirm something about when you gain levels.
Mm-hmm.
There is a way to increase your attributes. It's when you reach level 20 or level 40.
Oh.
Damn.
What?
Yeah.
Wild.
All right.
But again, you're expected to be like, because the way the XP system normally works, it's like, at the end of a session, you automatically get 5. Then, for each Ultima point a villain spends, you get an XP. And then, basically, the average amount of Fabula points spent by the party is how much XP you get. So, like, it's possible to level up in a single session.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I can see is you get a base of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Fabula divided amount by number of players, and Fabula spent by, and Ultima points spent by villains. And when we get 10, we gain a level. So theoretically, with our party, we could gain a level every session if we use the experience point method. Because we get a Fabula point at the start of every session, and if everyone uses 1...
You get a Fabula point if you don't have any at the start of a session.
Yeah.
And at that point, all it takes is... And at that point, if a villain makes an entrance, everybody gets a Fabula point.
Yeah.
And then, if the villain uses 3 Ultima points, and you guys use all your Fabula points, then that's a level right there. So, like, that's the way I may do it. I'm not going to give you guys a level this time. I may just give you a level every session, considering how many levels you're expected to have.
All right. That's fine.
And if this goes longer than 40 sessions, then fine, we'll have more levels.
Well, you know, typically your JRPGs go to level 99.
Yeah.
I actually rolled pretty well, I think.
Rolled? What did you roll? We haven't rolled any dice yet.
The 2 D10s and the 2 D6s.
Why are you
roll
rolling
those? Those
No.
dice
Jen,
are only
Jen,
used for
Jen, Jen,
checks.
Your stats are those dice. So like your insight and willpower are D10.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I am so fucking.
I will go ahead and explain how checks should work. Let's say you're rolling, like you have your 2 D10s, and we're rolling and I'm asking you to roll an insight and willpower. You put a D10 in each of those, correct?
Yes, I am putting those. Yeah, I put down D10s. My bad. I'm stupid. This is a new system.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, you're fine.
It's okay. You're not stupid.
Yeah, I'd recommend putting the D in front of them so that you remember that it's a die size and not a flat stat.
Yeah.
So when you do a check, when I call for a check, I will always call for 2 attributes. They could be the same attribute twice. So, like, you'll see some of them actually will say the same attribute twice. So if you're doing an insight plus willpower, what you're doing is you're rolling 2 D10s. So go ahead and roll 2 D10s for me.
Okay, give me a second. Let me grab my.
And it actually does matter what each of the individual dice say. Because if they say the same number, that matters.
All right. How ironic. They're both 5s.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, that is not... Them both being 5s means that it doesn't matter. That doesn't mean they're a critical success.
Right.
Basically, if... Actually, let me double check that. Can spell the word success correctly, it will be easier to... Yes, when both dice rolled during a check show the same number, and that number is 6 or higher, that's a critical success. However, let's say both of your dice had landed on 1. That is a fumble. When you roll a critical success, you get an opportunity. An opportunity means that there's like a list of some examples of opportunities, and I have the final say on whether an opportunity is appropriate. Like, for example, maybe like one of the opportunities is advantage. That means that someone will get a +4 the next time they do a check. Or affliction. Let's say you're doing this as part of... Well, no, you wouldn't be doing it as part of the attack, but you get an idea. Or, like, you can create a bond. Bonds, by the way, you can only have 6 bonds at a time. That doesn't mean that you're not, like, you don't have interpersonal connections with the characters, but it just means that you don't get to invoke that bond. But I think what we could do is potentially keep track of other bonds in the background because of how many characters there are in Genshin. But like generally speaking, I'm going to figure out a way to keep track of some stuff, especially since some of the ways that buffs matter is going to be like when you have a bond with somebody you're when you have a bond with the person you're buffing, you get a boost for free. But yes, these various opportunities can happen. However, if you fumble, then whoever you're up against gets an opportunity, which will normally be me. It'll normally be where I get to do something. There are also things called clocks. When we get to the proper first session, that is when I will begin introducing the clocks of some of your main villains.
Okay.
But basically the way clocks work. Clocks are kind of like sort of skill challenges that can be either long-term, short-term, what have you. Clocks will have a certain number of, basically, I think it's called phases. And page 52, here we go, clocks. A clock basically represents things that are more than just a single success. They're basically timers, trackers. They can represent like a countdown to something. They can represent tracking the progress of something. Basically, it tracks an evolving situation. It can track something becoming dangerous, or the characters progressing with a certain task. And basically, there will be a certain number of sections in the clock. And depending on the type of clock, you may be trying to remove successes from the clock that the villains that whoever you're up against is having, or you may be trying to add successes in order to reach a goal. So, for example, let's say that, let's say Gacha is trying to figure out a way to get home. He's trying to recreate what got him here in the first place. That could be a clock. Most of the time, it's going to be a series of checks or other types of tasks. And generally speaking, they're going to interact with the story, and the difficulty is going to fluctuate based on what's happening in the story. Sometimes your goal is to turn back a clock. And there's almost always going to be some kind of threshold for failure. I'm not always going to tell you exactly what it is, but generally speaking, there is going to be a threshold.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Clocks are going to be super important because they're going to sort of define longer-term conflict action. Let's talk about bonds. Let's talk a lot about bonds, shall we?
Burns.
Let's talk about bonds.
Bonds are very important because bonds, you can invoke these in order to get a flat bonus onto a roll using a Fabula point, which in some ways is more powerful than a reroll because because in some ways, like neither one of them help you on a fumble, but still. But if you fumble, you do get a Fabula point.
I get
So-
up to 6.
You have up to 6 bonds. That's correct. Now, these bonds have like different emotions that they belong with, and these emotions come in sort of pairs that are sort of diametrically opposed to each other. Admiration versus inferiority. Admiration is you have a lot to learn and you respect them. Is respect. Inferiority is when you're is when you feel like you're powerless against somebody. Loyalty versus mistrust. I don't think I need to do too much explaining for those. And affection versus hatred. Most likely, your villains at some point are going to be hated by you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, bonds are generally going to be created during scenes. However, let's do some talking. And you do have to erase one of your existing bonds in order to get a new one. I'm not going to go the route of saying like your feelings. Well, I guess I could to some degree. But basically it's going to be like how things have evolved where it's no longer something you can necessarily invoke in order to for instance, let's say gacha. Let's say that you wind up with a bond of like loyalty to Zhongli for some reason. Like you feel this loyalty with Zhongli, and eventually you guys go. Actually, no. Since you're from Inazuma, let's say you have this loyalty to the Raiden Shogun, and you're in Liyue, and you learn some things about the Archons, and it's like, well, you know, me and the Raiden Shogun are still cool, but I don't really have that that sense of loyalty that makes me. And eventually, when you go back, it's not as strong of a sense of loyalty where like it boosts you to act in loyalty to the Raiden Shogun. But like, it doesn't mean that y'all hate each other, because that would be a different kind of bond. And I would like to note, affection can be a love interest, or it can be a close friend or a member of your family. That being said, I think there's a bond that could very well already be established with the party. I think what we have that can be considered somewhat established is Zanya and Eve would already have an affection bond of some kind.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
That definitely makes sense.
And I think for Eve, it's definitely admiration.
Don't want to... Ooh, actually, I'll tell you what. Let you guys pick one type of emotion for your bond, but you guys don't have to pick the same one.
All right.
That makes sense.
So, Eve, are you saying admiration?
Yes.
Zania, what of the emotions do you think makes sense for your bond
either
with Eve?
loyalty or affection. Just loyalty out of wanting to keep them safe, but affection because, you know, they care about them to some extent because they think that they're a little bit too naive for this world.
I think that falls a little bit more under loyalty.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. And Eve looks up to Janya as like, you know, she's strong. She wishes that she could be that strong. But it's like, it's also, she loves the fact that Janya uses her power to protect people.
And we could possibly have RP moments where these bonds strengthen by way of sort of going into more things, like maybe the affection expands, or maybe it goes in, or maybe the loyalty and admiration start going in both directions. You know, there's several different ways that it could go. I don't think Gacha or Kaza would have any bonds. Kaza, I don't think I need to tell you an affection bond you should be putting on your sheet.
Okay, I literally just came back, and that's the first thing I heard. Alrighty, so just gone ahead and write and put down. So this would be for personal villain, or
no.
Yeah, like who? Like, yeah, like where exactly?
Personal villain would definitely not be an affection bond.
Okay.
I think another good... I don't want to use myself. Again.
Okay. Alright, so just go on ahead and put down the name and then check mark?
Check mark on affection, yes.
Check mark on affection. There we go.
And,
Get a little bit of a name drop. But that's all you get. Gotcha.
Talk if you have any connections in this world, shall we?
Kind of got a cut off there for a second. At least on my end.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
I was just saying, gotcha, let's talk about your connections in the world, shall
Oh
we?
boy.
If I have any.
Let me see what size of die I need you to roll.
Oh god.
None.
Letter, I am so sorry.
Why are you saying
did it.
sorry?
He did it to himself. Don't fucking apologize.
I knew I would be rolling more dice than everyone else with this.
I'm just gonna have you roll a d20.
$15.
I need you to write down the name Kuki Shinobu.
How do I spell that?
I will spell it in the chat.
Yeah, that's how I wrote it down. What is the relation to Kuki Shinobu?
Roll a d6.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
3.
3. Oh. Affection.
Ah.
Congratulations, you are friends or love interest or something with the only responsible person in the Arataki gang.
Oh no. Oh no.
Friends or love interest? How is that relationship? What is the nature of this relationship? Let's talk about it.
Well, as is the nature of all things, it's up to the dice.
We're rolling
Odds,
a
it's good
50-50 whether or
friends.
not you-
Yeah, it's a 50-50. Odds, good friends, evens, they are romantically involved. That is a 3. They are good friends.
By the way, I did notice something on your sheet. You do start with 3 Fabula points. Just in
Yes.
general.
I saw that in the character creation thing just above basic weapons. Pay no attention as to why I'm already looking at basic weapons.
We should get to some more funny numbers before before Koza starts running combat. Or not Koza. Before Zanya just starts running combat by herself.
It's fine. I already have my defense stats, friends.
I mean, I can start running combat. I'm violent. I have a coin, I suppose.
Just start throwing coins at people. It's fine.
They explode. Call me Gambit. Except instead of Kinetic Energy, I just gamble.
God.
Call me
I
Gambit.
can't believe we put a Venturine into Genshin Impact. What are we doing?
Oh my god.
Anyway, let's move on to hit points, magic points, and inventory points. As everyone has their stats, their hit points, inventory, and magic points will be able to be calculated fully.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Your-
listen to this to make sure I didn't fuck this up.
I swear, finding this is...
Well, if you want, I can run through it because I have the calculations ready. Hi, I've been reading the
Here
books.
we go. Here we go. Here we go. I think... No, it just describes them.
Your health is your might times 10 plus level plus other. No, times 5, not 10, sorry.
Yeah.
So if your might is a d6 and you have nothing that gives you bonus health, your health will be 40.
Okay, that doesn't sound too bad.
Will it be 40 or will it be 35?
40. 5
It's-
times... 6 times 5 is 35 plus level. We start at level 5.
It's not plus. 6 times 5 is 30, not 35.
No, it's 35. My brain is malfunctioning. It's not that I'm stupid, it's that I'm tired. Yeah.
That's fine.
For some reason, I can't find it in here.
It is just above the basic weapons and stuff, and just below determine the base die size of your attributes.
Okay.
P is similar, except it is your willpower times 5 plus level plus other.
So, like for Kaza, both Fury and Weapon Master had HP plus 5. So do those...
So you add plus 5 to your health for each of those two classes. So you add an extra 10.
An extra 10. Okay, so if I did my calculations right, I got 65 health.
Yeah.
Right.
I have 60.
And
One of my classes only has to money, not HP.
Okay.
my willpower is at a D10, so what would that put my MP at?
Your willpower is a
Your-
D10, so 50 plus 5, so 55.
50 plus
you
5
are
plus
very-
bonuses from your level, which both of them give, I believe, MP.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of your classes give MP, so actually
So
65.
65. And everyone, unless you have anything giving you inventory points, will have 6. I believe the only ones that give infinite inventory points is Tinkerer.
Gotcha. Okay.
Alrighty, there we go.
Let's talk about defense and magic defense. Your defense is your dexterity die size.
So that is a 6.
Your magic defense is your insight die size.
6.
And when you select armor, that is going to influence your defense and magic defense, and can influence your initiative modifier too.
Yup. Boy, do I know that.
Let's talk about starting equipment. You guys get to spend 500 mora
Ooh.
on your starting equipment. In addition, you do have some savings.
Thanks,
I'll go
Dad.
ahead and add that to what you're able to spend, and we'll not worry. And basically, that will be something where you guys should take time to look through things.
Okay.
So, for the purposes of kind of in
See.
this sort of, yeah. So go ahead, and each of you will roll 2d6 and multiply your results by 10 to get the amount extra on top of your 500 you get.
Oh damn! I might be able to afford.
Okay, and then so 2d6 and multiply that by what?
10.
10. Okay.
I have 100 extra.
Yep, 50 extra for me.
So I'm gonna actually. Can we spend this extra that we get?
To allow you to spend the extra.
I got a 6 and a 3.
So that's 90 extra.
I got spoiled by Dad.
And 120.
Damn!
The dice master.
So gacha has lots of money.
Makes sense.
So, looking at the basic weapons. Question. Zanya, do you even need a basic weapon?
My basic weapon is a shield. And my offhand weapon is a shield.
Mm-hmm.
They are both runic shields, aka plus 2 defense, plus 2 magic defense. So,
Seems
and because
good.
it stacks, I looked it up, it stacks. My defense stats are 15 and 15.
Fuck.
What's that? Hitting Zanya? Nah.
The best part is if I interpose myself using the protect ability that I have, they now have to roll against my defense. So, hit the casters, or at least for the very first part, hit Eve. That's not okay. No, stop it.
So, Kosa, let's talk about yours.
Yes.
Now, I would like to note the most signature of your weapons, the unarmed strike, is free.
Okay.
You can use improvised weapons to have +2 damage. But they break after the attack.
Okay. It's like,
And
yeah, like,
you can also equip Iron Knuckles to make it +6 damage. Those will cost 150 more each if you want those on each. Well, I guess you could equip only one and get away with it, realistically.
Alright, yeah, I could.
And those are going to be the main ones that you're probably looking at there.
Yeah. So like, yeah, if I get 2 of those, that's 300 right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I still have 250 for stuff.
Eve, you are going to be looking for weapons in the arcane category.
Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna open the book again.
I am buying 2 staves purely because Gacha has one and another one.
Seems fair. Like, either way, you're probably doing the same thing, but I guess it's a matter of Eve, do you want to use the staff and use willpower to hit? Or do you want to use the tome and use insight to hit?
You know what? Let's go bonking.
Bonkin.
That's this book as well. That's incredibly vague.
You could bonk with either one.
You know what? I think this makes sense character-wise, thinking about it. She would probably have the book.
Yeah. That is also more fitting for a Catalyst user.
It's also funny, because given who one of her dads is, too.
Yeah. Let's talk about armor.
I got that
So
runic.
I believe. So, the ones with the like red star next to them, these
Marshall.
are yeah, those are Marshall. Each of these also has an initiative modifier. Some of them don't. The combat tunic and no armor don't have an initiative modifier, but all those initiative modifiers are negative. So
Yeah, I got a -3 to my initiative.
So you took the runic plate?
Yes.
Okay.
Have grabbed the combat tunic.
Yeah, so like when it says like dex size +1, like what do they mean size?
The size of the dice.
Okay.
So essentially, the +1 is it gives you +1 to your defense.
Gotcha. Okay.
Whereas
So,
some
and
of them
you're-
just set your defense.
Most of the martial ones that are considered what are
All of the
essentially
martial
sheer
ones.
armor.
All
Yeah,
of the martial ones just set your defense, your main defense.
which is important to someone like me who, without armor, has a defense of 6, because I move like a truck.
Okay.
But you
Literal.
are a higher dex build, so you actually don't necessarily want the martial ones that
That's
set
what-
your defense.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, at least for me, I think I might join you, Letter. I think I might be doing combat tunic.
Yeah.
So that'll be 150 mora for the tunic.
Like, these are just the ones that are in the book. Boone has the power to make different ones that do different things.
That is true. I'm not going to right now, but
I do enjoy the concept that, in theory, you can't actually get as high an AC as full plate, like full steel plate, if you're relying on your dexterity, unless your dexterity gets buffed somehow. If you have supernatural dexterity, you win out on the defense against a person wearing plate. But plate is, very defensive. I don't have steel plate because that's a bit too much. I don't think it fits me quite as well.
everybody happy with what they've bought of basic equipment? We can go over shields. We can go over shields too, because I believe. I
was about to say, like, what about other accessories?
They are
Yeah,
far
that's
too expensive
accessory.
for any of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like what page.
The lowest
266.
price is 300,
Ah, okay.
and that's just to change the damage type of your weapon, spells and skills.
Which we're not worrying about that anyway. So
Yeah.
I will do some cookery for things that you guys will be able to buy during the campaign. I guess it's a campaign. Yeah, it's a campaign. So do not worry so much about that. I believe now we can focus a little bit more on sort of backtracking slightly. We can focus a little bit more on sort of setting the stage for what brings you guys where things are going to be happening. So, I believe it's time for a music change. Because I'm going to be describing what all of you are coming into. Because not all of you start knowing each other, obviously, as we've established.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Is it not gonna... Y'all weird. I don't know why Boogie is so weird on yours. On this
Woogie,
server.
woogie, woogie.
And, hold on. Sorry about that. So,
Okay.
it is around, let's say, February, in, January, February, in, and that means it's time for Leeway's favorite celebration, their favorite festival, the Lantern Rite. From as and even from far off shores, one could see the orange of the Zhao lanterns floating through the air as people begin to release them with their wishes. And this is going to be a particularly eventful Lantern Night, especially with those who might be arriving. Let's discuss what brings each of your characters to Liyue for this particular Lantern Rite. Now, Eve, I think, has one of the simpler goals here.
Hi.
Eve is here because we've discussed this with your backstory. Eve, you have set out on a journey to find out about who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of where you really come from. Because your dad, Kaveh, finally had the balls to tell you that you're adopted.
Even though she kind of figured it out herself.
Yeah.
It's like, Dad, I'm aware.
And your other dad, Al Haytham, said from the background, I tried to tell you that she already knew.
Birds and the birds, the bees and the bees, the birds.
Well, it's also the obviously sign she's never seen any of her dads with another woman. She doesn't look like either of them. She's never seen any of their family members. So, 1 + 1 is she was adopted. But even though she was adopted by them, she still considers them her family.
Which sort of comes a bit into Zania, why you're here.
Yeah. Janya's mostly following along because she is exploring away from what used to be home for various reasons that she hasn't really explained too much. But in doing so, as she's been exploring, she ran into Eve, and because Eve is determined to kind of travel like this, Janya and Eve have kind of just struck a bit of a companionship deal of we travel together for safety. And Janya is taking in pretty much any chance she can to just explore the world because she's been kind of stuck in Sumeru for the last like 20, almost 30 years.
So, with that being said, with you two having that established connection, I know I don't have it on the map, but it's going to be a place that is actually to the north of Leeway Harbor that you guys are at, because this seems fairly appropriate. And that would be Wangshu Inn.
Alrighty.
It's people traveling through on their way to Leeway Harbor tend to go to this inn. They are very well known. And let's have the scene with you two interacting in regards to that. In regards to being here.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, new places can be a bit like that, but the difference is nice. Something new. Honestly, it's a bit beautiful just seeing places like this.
It is, and I've never seen so many pretty lights before.
Don't get lost in them.
Well, of course not.
Do you know if, like, what's the normal situation here? Do we go get a lantern to add to it? Do they just happen on their own? Do people make their own lanterns? I don't...
I suppose we should ask around?
Yeah, I'm not one for asking others. I generally look around and see if I can find something. If you want to ask people, you can. I'll be right here, spooking off the creeps.
Thank you. I'll also secure us a room as well. I'll talk to the keeper. Nervous sweating.
Yup.
So Eve's gonna go talk to the innkeeper, also just to secure a room for the night.
So you go to talk to Huayan.
Hello.
Hi, interested in a room for the evening?
Yes. Yeah. And my friend was wondering, where do we get the pretty lanterns that are floating around in the sky?
Oh, they'll probably have workshops for making them in the city.
Okay,
I'm sure there's somebody around. There could be somebody around here who's willing to teach you about them.
Okay.
I am a
thanks.
little busy myself, though.
Understandable. Thank you. And she'll put down whatever it is to rent the room for the night.
I want you to roll a double insight check.
Okay, double insight. What is that? Should be my prettiest high score. Okay. Alright, yes, they are both D10. Let me tell you, Eve's not the only one that's nervous right now. Alright. That is a 7 and a 6.
Okay, so for a total of 13, I would say that's good enough. You do see out of the corner of your eye some guy with green hair eating almond tofu.
Almond tofu.
Yeah, he's kind of short.
Eve looks at him. Kind of a little bit like, okay, not the weirdest thing somebody would be eating, but you know, he seems like he's a local. Firstly, gonna go back to Janya and be like, all right, the innkeeper's a little busy, but but I did get a room, and I'm gonna have to talk to someone as well about guiding us into the city to get the pretty lanterns.
Yeah. Are you alright?
I'm
Not
fine.
used to
I'm
this
fine.
many people?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking. I'm gonna go talk to that gentleman over there, pointing to the one eating the tofu.
As though, like, understanding that you're addressing him, he looks up.
Like, oh. Welp. Inner Eve's like, oh. Oh man, he's as sharp as one of my uncles. Well, he's already seen her, so.
Zhanya, like, slightly nudges her in that direction and then proceeds to follow them.
Alright, she will approach. Greetings.
He swallows and is like, hello.
Hi,
Was there something you needed? Was there danger nearby?
Not that we encountered. Looks at
Danger
Zhanya.
putting myself on that edge. Genre just shrugs.
I was wondering if maybe you could take us to the city and where we could purchase one of these lanterns.
He looks a little confused at first with you asking him to take you to the city. It's like, fine, but it would be better if you learned how to make one.
I'm all up for
well,
learning a
thank
new
you.
skill. Alright. Show the way. Name?
Zhao.
Right. My name's Zhanya, and this is, well, Eve. We're not used to this area.
Then it would be better for you to have a guide going towards the city regardless.
Well, thank you, Zhao.
Alright.
The thanks is not necessary, but it is appreciated. Sorry, I'm still getting used to talking to people.
Not used to talking to people? I mean, yeah, a couple weeks can do that to you, but I don't know. I don't need the life story. Let's go.
So, as they're going to leave for Liyue Harbor, let's discuss Kaza.
Alrighty.
Kaza, what gave you the impression that you should be going to Liyue? Let's workshop this.
Alright, so I would suspect what I am looking for is no longer in Natlan.
You would have good reason to suspect that.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea where Natlan is on the map
Nat-
compared to Liyue.
Natlan
Like how far is he going?
So the funny thing is, you would have to go all the way across Sumeru to get to Liyue.
Okay.
So I would imagine it's been a long trek. You've probably we'll sort of come to you on sort of the Sumeru leg of it, because that's probably the next place you would think to check for this person who did this.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, if not in Sumeru, then it's like, okay, what's the next place nearby, and probably Liyue.
You do discover, in trying to investigate this, you do discover a name.
Mm-hmm.
A name that seemingly was involved in some sort of experiment a few years ago. And based on the way that people talk about this person, you can't help but notice a few things line up. This person's name... Give me a second to go to my list to make sure that I'm giving you the right person.
Okay.
That fills this role. Yes. This name is Poxlum.
Poxlum.
Mm-hmm. Especially since they seem to wield the power of cryo, which matches up with things that you know. So, you don't have to necessarily add it to your sheet, but I think you know the bond that is appropriate for that name.
Yeah.
If you're unsure what the appropriate bond is, I can DM it to you.
Let's see. Is that even how the name is spelt?
LOM instead of LAM.
Okay. LOM. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
And again, feel free to keep which kind of bond that is secret for now.
Yeah.
But we both know what it is.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But because of the nature of that experiment, something about artificially creating a god? That they ended up, along with many others who are participating in such a thing, exiled. And the direction some people seem to believe that they went is towards Liyue.
All right.
So, Koza, given that nature of it, I think the scene that we go to now could be on the way towards Liyue Harbor, and you end up meeting Eve, Janya, and Zhao.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and then I would say given that he had been in Natlan pretty much his whole life, so yeah. Obviously had, probably a little lost himself. He's a man on the mission, but he does not know Liyue at all. It's probably a fucking miracle he made his way through Sumeru, but... So yeah, I think suffice it to say, he's probably looking a little lost.
Do either of you want to be the first ones to notice, or should Zhao be the first one to notice?
I think Eve is too busy making sure she doesn't lose the two that she doesn't notice.
Hmm? Zhao would tell the others to hold up,
Right,
and
I'm
he would
muted.
notice.
Damn. I was gonna say that Zhanya could notice the fish out of water look.
Yeah, Zhanya could notice, especially since Zhanya's probably a little bit used to the fish being the fish out of water.
Yeah, she's used to being a little bit of a fish out of water, but it's also the thing that made it, like, so she interacted with Eve. So, seeing another fish out of water, it's like, alright, I'm gonna start collecting the batch of fish at this point. So, what does Kozol look like?
Okay, let me see. So, I know we don't have official art for him, quite yet. But, let's see. So he has, yeah, let me pull up the Hero Forge, thing, so I can, pull that up and post that at the, on the Genshin thing. But he's got, dark hair, dark skin. He's wearing like, light colored, like, yeah, like, typical, like, monk pants, what appears to be, like, a battle skirt wrapped around his waist. You do notice some, there's some, tattoos, like, visible tattoos on him. Hang on a minute. There we go. If I can... There we go. So I'm posting the Hero Forge up right now.
Yep. Alright,
Yeah, so, yeah. Quite obvious he is not from these parts.
Probably pretty obvious he's from Natlan.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know about Eve, but, well, we do have art for Eve. But Zhanya is wearing, kind of long flowing, almost like scarves, but in between them there is, the glint of a little bit of mail. There is shoulder pads that look like they've actually seen battle. It's not as heavy armor as you'd see in like a Western fantasy, because we're obviously in Genshin. But you see, mismatched plates here and there with little runes carved into them and stuff. But the thing that kind of throws that all off is the face, because as she's kind of like looking around and locks onto fish out of water, the big dumb, like, kind of warm smile beams up, and there is a look behind the kind of thick bottle glass eye, the thick Coke bottle glasses, and they kind of wave and go, "You lost too."
Yeah, so, like, yeah, he hears that, and then, kind of, like, looks around, and, until he sees where that voice came from, you probably on the defensive at first, because obviously not knowing where the voice came from, but, once he sees that it's come from you...
Big friendly wave.
Yeah, big friendly wave. Yeah, so then, he's probably just like... It's that obvious, huh?
Yeah, look, I've become good at spotting it. I see it most mornings when I look at the mirror when I'm getting ready to go. And it's how I managed to grab this one along. Wanna come with us? We're gonna go look at lanterns and figure out how they're made and stuff.
It's like, I don't know if I'll It's like, right now, to be perfectly honest, I'm not really interested in all these lanterns. However, you haven't
They're
had...
also guiding us around.
No, okay. By any chance, you haven't happened to notice, you haven't seen anybody, anybody that seems like really dangerous and out of place around here, have you?
Zhao narrows
Looking
his
around,
eyes at
stares
that.
at Zhao. Looks over at Zhao. I mean, they're the most dangerous one that I can see, but they don't want to hurt us. They're looking for danger. Or at least that's how they started the conversation.
You seen someone out of place?
Back in my homeland? Yeah.
And you seem to have reason to suspect they're here?
I've been looking for them. I just crossed a place called Sumeru, and from what I've gathered, it's quite possible that they are here.
This is something we should perhaps discuss. Dealing with unforeseen dangers is part of my job.
Great, we can discuss it over making some lanterns. Really on this lantern thing.
Yeah, that's where I was just like, you're really adamant about that, aren't you?
Look, I want to learn new things, and I mean, this is a new culture to me. I haven't been here.
Yeah. I'm hoping to learn some things here too.
What exactly is the point of all these lanterns? Like, what function do they serve?
People send them in the air in order to carry their wishes to the gods. He just continues walking as he's explaining that.
It just sounds annoyed and ambivalent to it. It's like, ah, how magical, just following along.
I honestly find it kind of endearing.
Fucking tourists.
No idea, because... fun fact, Zhao being an important NPC in Lantern Rite is common. So as we're having the party close in on Liyue Harbor, Gotcha, you would be approaching from the other direction. I have an idea for what brings you to Liyue.
Idea too. I will simply send it to you as an idea.
Send it to me, because believe it or not, what we rolled for your connection is relevant.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
So here's the deal. Fun fact about Kuki Shinobu. She has a law degree from Liyue.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
What weird shit.
So let's kind of do this in another direction. You guys get to Liyue Harbor. You guys see a ninja girl with green hair running up. She says, "Hey, have you guys wouldn't happen to have seen it? You guys wouldn't happen to have seen and describe your character in the way that Kuki would describe your character in order to try to see if anybody's seen you."
Okay, we'll make this nice and simple. a two-staved cat person.
That actually fits in. You have no idea how well a cat person fits in Inazuma.
Uh-oh.
They might not be aware you're an alien. That's so funny. Anyway. Have any of you seen a two-staved cat person around here?
I look into my memories. We haven't seen them stick out at all, have we?
Say no. Although Zhao's like, Kirara? No, not Kirara! Kirara doesn't have staves. Kirara doesn't have staves, Zhao.
Well, I don't think I've seen them. Are they in trouble?
They just disappeared on me. Trying to figure out where they went. Gotcha, where are you now?
You all hear the sound of what can only be described as an explosion above you.
Oh no!
Zhao pulls out his weapon immediately.
He immediately gets behind Zhanya.
Yeah, Kaza.
Zhanya spontaneously has the sword up in like an upside down pose, like braced against her forearm.
Yeah, Kaza immediately goes into a battle stance.
Kuki just looks up. Ah, there he is.
And Gacha falls face first in front of you.
Looks around the side of the sword. What?
My head. Where did I end up this time?
You're in Liyue Harbor, idiot.
Yuki, what are you doing here? And Gacha pushes themselves up.
I'm here on vacation for Lantern Rite.
That's today?
You know what I told you No, it's in a couple of days, but I told you I was coming here, remember?
Oh, yeah. Do I remember? Yeah.
Do you want to roll to see if you remember?
Fucking, what would I be rolling? Probably insight or something?
We'll do double insight, yeah.
Double insight, okay. Gotcha.
What'd you get?
Yeah. 1 out of 5.
That fails!
I don't remember that.
How are you worse than Ito?
I'm not worse than Ito. They finally fully stand up. They are, to those of you who are native, they look like a catsling. They have cat ears, cat eyes, a tail. They are very distinctly calico. And in one hand they have a staff, and wrapped in their tail is another. They have hydro vision, but the look of it's a bit wrong.
Odd. Keep looking at her own vision.
To be fair, you guys are from different countries, so in theory, your visions
Yeah.
would look different. However, it doesn't look like Kuki's vision, who is from Inazuma. It doesn't look like Zhao's vision, who is from Liyue. Doesn't look like either of the visions from Sumeru, and it doesn't look like the one from Natlan. So you can only surmise it's from Fontaine, Mondstadt, or it's really fucking weird. Although, actually, Janya, you would know what a Fontaine vision looks like, and it doesn't look like them either.
Odd.
So the machine failed. Again.
Of course it did. Have you at least figured out anything about why it keeps failing?
No. In fairness, I haven't been trying to figure out why it's failing. I just keep trying to use it.
Probably your first problem.
No, my first problem is the random teleportation.
Which is caused by...
The machine.
Mm-hmm. So you see where that's your first problem, right?
No.
Really are worse than Ito.
I'm not worse than Ito.
He's probably over at Wanmin Restaurant in a tofu eating contest.
At least he actually eats.
You know he can't have tofu. He's allergic to beans.
Beans.
Oh, yeah. Do I remember that?
Roll the double insight to see if you remember that.
Do I remember that? I have a feeling it's going to be a very common line Gotcha says out loud. 3 and a 6.
That passes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. We should probably stop him.
Yeah, we probably should. Zhao, could you come with us? We might need somebody to physically restrain him. Of course. Rolls eyes.
Oh, we're getting detoured.
Oh, I'm Gotcha, by the way. Gotcha, sir.
Janya, this is Eve, and that's... did we get your name?
It's Kaza.
Kaza.
He shyly waves.
He just stares back.
Notably,
Nice face, I guess.
Gotcha waves with their tail. Which is a bit concerning, because there's a weapon rippling with magic in it.
Yep. Janya is going to, now that she knows that the alarms are no longer on, store the runic slab in her hammer space, and then start walking with them.
So, you guys head to Wanmin Restaurant. You guys see a girl with blue hair cooking, but also behind the counter is a small brown panda?
Genshin's weird.
Hey! I'll be with you in just a second. No need. We're just looking for someone. Large guy, red markings, red horns. He's Remback.
Horns? Am I used to horns?
So, I think the only way I could do the description of this man justice as you guys go around to find him is by just posting a picture. So give me half a second.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say, like, probably, like, meanwhile, like, while you guys are talking, like, Cuz is probably, like, scanning the restaurant, and he's just, like, yeah, he's just thinking, he's like, alright, no sign of him here.
Who are you looking for?
Yeah, I'm looking for somebody myself. Somebody who was someone who was last seen in that one. I don't really know too much about him. The last I heard, he was making his way here.
What do they look like?
How would I describe this person to them?
You wouldn't have seen him as a person.
Okay.
But okay. So I'll have Ito on the back burner for a moment.
Okay. I'm sorry to have interrupted that.
Oh no, you're fine. I found an image of... God damn it, can I not? Bitcher B.
That's a word.
The Bitcher B.
The what?
The Bitcher B.
The
You know the
Sounds-
one.
That sounds like a cheesy horror movie.
So, this is what he looked like. That you recall.
Alright, so...
Oh, actually, you would have gotten somewhat of a description of him. He would have had white hair. But part of the issue is he would look like a generic NPC.
Okay.
So, but you also know his real description. So,
Okay. Alright.
Have you seen this man?
Yeah, so he probably just describe him as, like, you know, somebody wearing, like, probably describing, like, what I presume this is armor.
yes.
Huh.
So, here's the person that you see playing Genius Invocation TCG. With a bunch of children.
Huh.
Yeah! Score another one for Arataki numero uno Ito.
Yeah,
At least he-
Zhanya is just immediately squinting like, what the fuck?
Okay, did not get into another tofu eating contest this time. That's good.
Better than what happened last time.
Hey, got Padre!
Sorry, you cut out a bit. What did he say?
He said, "Gotcha, mi compadre."
God.
Hey, Ito. I see you've learned not to try and have another tofu eating contest.
Wait, they're a tofu eating contest? No.
Don't even try it. Don't forget what happened last time.
Don't let them trying to rig the competition against me. Take me down. Nuh-uh! I beat Yaimiko fair and square over it a few years ago. Thank you very much. Doesn't matter that she tried to poison me doing it.
What?
Don't listen to him. He's just allergic to beans.
Yeah, like I said, she tried to poison me.
Oh.
What do you think tofu is, Ito?
She didn't tell me it was going to be tofu on that contest. That one is not my fault. Okay, what about the other 30 times? Every time I bring you to leeway, you wind up sick after somebody challenges you to a tofu eating contest. Your Honor, I'd like to plead the fifth. That's not how that works.
He's just sitting there dumbfounded, like, she's an airhead, but I don't think she's that stupid.
Zhao is just unimpressed. Let's get these Zhao lanterns over with.
I love
Yeah,
it though.
sentence. Right. Just like turning around almost the entire time throughout that conversation. Janya was just standing there, like squinting with her mouth like slightly open, as if to begin to say what, but too many things kept stunning her. And then they walk.
You know, it's kind of weird. We're all looking for something or someone, but for me, it's a something. Zhao, right? Do you know where I could talk to somebody about ancient relics or ancient symbols?
There are a few people you could speak to about that subject. He's picking up the Zhao lantern kits. As he's saying this. Depending upon what kind of ancient symbols they are, I may know some things.
Well, she will reach into her pocket and she'll pull out a little trinket, and you are free to describe it. Have you ever seen something like this before then?
I did not have it. Hang on. I did not have it 100% in mind exactly how it looked.
I can...
You go ahead and describe it.
Alright. It's a little circular object. Looks like it's made out of brass or some sort of brown metal. and in the middle are 5 Hydra-looking heads. That of a serpent of some kind.
Zhao pauses for a moment. Then he looks dead at you. Where did you find this?
It was with me. I guess I should explain that I was found on the beaches of Sumeru in a basket as a baby, and that was with me, according to my father, along with a cloth that had my name on it as well.
See.
And so
So
I've
then-
been... Go on.
There most certainly is someone other than myself that you need to speak to about this, then.
All right. Who would that be?
That would be the assistant at the... That would be the assistant director at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Zhang Li.
Funeral parlor. Eve's face goes a little pale at that and looks at Janya like, oh boy. I'll be sure to pay a visit to them after this lanterns.
I should warn you. You might not like the answer.
That answer makes Eve shudder a little bit.
Hey, don't look down too much. This is something.
Yeah,
This is how we get answers.
yeah, I mean, I came this far.
Come on, shake off that shadow. We're gonna mess with some lanterns first.
Yeah. Positive vibes. Positive vibes. That's all we're gonna do is
Yeah.
positive vibes.
Alright, so we just use these kits? Does someone show us how to use these kits, or...?
Fine, I'll show you how to use them. He does show you how to make the lanterns with the kits. He seems to know a lot about doing this for someone so isolationist.
Yeah.
Kind of a vibe, though.
Alright, so this goes like this. I feel like I do need to ask something though. For someone who's being so helpful, you really do sound burnt. Is everything alright with you? Are you hunting something? Why are you here? Just talking to the talking to Zhao.
So kind of asking like, hey, you're being really helpful, but like, also, what is your? You don't seem okay.
What is your deal? You seem extremely jaded, especially for someone so willing to help. The fuck is your deal? What is your vibe? Why?
I suppose how I answer that question would be dependent on how long you have to hear the reality of it.
Well, I might be interested to learn about once we've gone and... I mean, how far away is the funeral parlor? Where would that be? I believe it's just on the south side of Leeway Harbor.
The fact that you know that.
It's because I can look things up pretty easily. I can see that there's an indicator right there, which means it's right there. At least I believe that's what that marker means. Yeah, because those are the teleporting thingies. And that's that thingy. Anyway.
It is because of certain recent interactions that I have been willing to see myself as something other than a weapon. Only in recent years.
Right, so you... Okay, no, that... I get that. Not from personal experience, but read stories about people who go through that. Happens a lot around, you know, war and things like that. Alright. Well, that satisfies my curiosity. Do we want to send these off, or do we want to keep these until the festival?
I wouldn't mind sending mine up.
Now, when you send yours up, you know what you're supposed to do.
Mhm.
You are supposed to think of a wish.
Alrighty. And I will send you what Eve wishes. And I think you are going to be very liking this. There you go.
That wish with a Zhao lantern? Jen!
Now I want to know. Fuck you.
Jen!
I
Sending
had
the
to.
signals hard! Okay.
She doesn't
So-
say it out loud. She doesn't say it out loud.
No.
One thing, if you pay attention, you notice there's something wrong with Gatcha's lantern. It's RGB. It keeps cycling through colors as it floats away.
That's beatboxing as the lantern floats away.
I rolled on the element table to figure out what color it would be. I rolled an 8.
Oh my!
So I think the only way to do it is it's just fucking raving as it floats away.
How did you?
I didn't do anything. It just did that. Luck is on my side, I guess. Or maybe that's bad luck. I don't know.
Do the gods really answer wishes from these things?
I guess it doesn't hurt to try it once.
It's the sentimentality of it. I have heard stories of answers once or twice.
Like, all right, it's like, well, then in that case, I must respectfully refrain. I need something a little bit more concrete.
Zhao also did not make one.
Fair enough. Zhanya sends hers up. Alright, well, that's that. I mean, Eve, do we want to go... Do we want to go to that funeral parlor? We'll keep an eye out for your mystery person, and I guess you, if you were just tagging along, I guess you can introduce us. Just looking between each person as she's saying things.
I mean, I don't mind. You know, doesn't hurt to explore.
Yeah, it's like I need to scour.
I'm willing to.
Yeah, I need to scour every inch of this place.
So you may as well come with us. Big friendly smile.
He just gives a very kind of a gentle but nervous smile.
So, as you guys are headed towards the funeral parlor, and we're going to probably no, we've got more time. We can do a little bit more. So as you guys are headed towards the funeral parlor, Gacha, I would like for you in particular to make. Let me just look it up on here to make sure that I'm doing the right kind of check for this. Because I want to see if you observe something. Yeah, it'd be double insight for that.
Okay. That is 1 and a 9.
That does match up with the normal DC, which is what I determined was going to be what I was looking at, which is fantastic. Because you see someone. Oh, wait. I'm in. As a matter of fact, I think I should send it to your DMs. You see someone lurking in the shadows observing, and the weird thing is, this person is familiar to you, but not from Inazuma.
Familiar how?
You've seen them in your own home. As a matter of fact, I believe you may have... Yeah, I'll say... roll double insight to see if you recall their name.
Uh, 10-2. Total 12.
That'll work. That'll work pretty well.
So where are they, like, relative to us, are they, like, up on a rooftop? Or are they just lurking slightly behind things?
Slightly behind, but elevated, not quite up on a rooftop, but up on, like, a higher story.
Did they have a sort of reputation back from my home?
Well, you know they don't like you.
Fair enough.
So, do you want to go ahead and put that hatred bond on your sheet?
Yeah, okay.
Uh-oh.
What's their name again? Okay. Is Kuki still walking with us?
I would imagine that she's, like, at least somewhat busy trying to rein Ito in.
That makes sense. Gacha looks back at them. For a moment long enough to lock eyes. Like, clearly the message here is, I can see you. And then they stick their tongue out.
Dude narrows his eyes. You can, like, at that. And then when you wind up blinking, they are gone.
Well, I gotta look off my shoulder now. Someone who doesn't like me is nearby.
Not like you as in...
They're very much hatred of gacha. Has that led to them assaulting gacha before?
Yes. I'm gonna say yes.
They've beaten me up a few times.
Alright, well, look, I barely know you, but at some point I don't really like what is maybe not an innocent person, but a friendly one who has done no wrong in my eyes. So, you stick near me, okay? Stick on the other side of me from Eve.
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm sure you are. Stick with me. And she kind of like gestures to walk next to her.
Gacha promptly trips upon saying that they're fine.
Roll double dexterity, please, to see how badly you trip.
Ah, yes. We love rolling to trip.
Roll to
That's
trip.
a 4 and a 1.
Mm.
5.
You fall forward.
Once again, Gacha lands flat on that face.
Do your nose
Ah.
built to sustain repeated injuries like that, or are you just special?
Gacha just slowly turns their head to look at you for saying that.
Yeah, like Kaza would
Look,
probably.
I can be protected.
Yeah, I would say like Kaza would probably like turn to Zhao and just be like, "Is there like a healing facility nearby that we can take him to?"
There is a pharmacy we could.
It is frankly impossible to tell whether Gacha is male or female. They are perfectly androgynous.
Ah, yes, the true non-binary.
They are quite random, and from session 1 onwards, I will be rolling every time to see what they identify as.
Oh my god.
They are not gender fluid, they are gender chaos.
They are gender gambling.
Gender
No, you identify as a threat. That's
I
what it
No,
is.
identify as a coin. I am either one, the other, or neither. I fall on the side.
I identify as the law of probability.
Alright.
So we get into Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Oh boy, and Eve is.
Oh, this is
nervous
the
as
one run
hell.
by the little vampire, isn't it?
Nah.
She's not a She's not a vampire.
He's a zombie, right?
No,
But the thing
she's
is-
just a funeral director.
No, she is not.
She
No, she is a
absolutely
vampire.
is.
She
No.
is a vampire.
What makes you think she's a vampire? What makes you that
The-
convinced she's a vampire when the expert on the lore is saying she's not a vampire?
I don't know. Maybe it's the way she's dressed and the fucking seal on her hat.
Oh, you mean?
I'm talking about the kid.
No, that's not Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. And no,
Oh.
no. Chi-Chi is also not a vampire. Chi-Chi is a zombie.
Yeah, little Chinese zombie. But
Yes,
she's yeah.
there is a distinct difference.
Yeah, but she's pharmacy. I do remember.
She's the
Yes.
pharmacy.
Yeah,
I haven't played in a long time. When I played, Leeway was new.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like I just started.
Oh, so So you would not be familiar with Baiju then, or maybe you're a
Oh,
little
no, I
bit
remember
familiar with
Baiju.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you
The
know
f-
Baiju.
Yeah, it's
I
like
believe.
I just started playing Genshin Impact maybe like 2, maybe pushing 3 weeks ago now, and it's like I'm in the middle of the Inazuma stuff now.
Oh no, I'm not aware
So-
of Baiju because that was.
And you're also,
Yeah.
are you aware of Hu Tao?
No, I stopped when the first Dendro character was added.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
So
that's how early I played.
So, how difficult what you just said will be, Zhanya, will depend on how good my Zhongli voice is. Um,
I just need to not visualize him. It's fine.
Visualize him! Visualize him!
Hey! Ooh! Ooh, Zhao, is it finally time? He just slowly turns his head towards Hu Tao.
Oh
No.
no, she's hyper.
We need to speak to Mr. Zhongli. Oh, yeah, sure. We were just finishing up a meeting. She hands each and every one of you a coupon. For buy one, get one free funeral service.
Yup.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I got something really cruel planned with that.
Help! Company! Director, it would be preferable for you to not call me. And he pauses, like... You were perhaps the last person I was expecting to show up in this particular situation. This is important. He looks to Eve. Eve?
Hi.
Oh, is this one of those where I should go find? Yes. Director Hu Tao.
Eve's nervous. She's shaking a little.
Zhanya
Hi.
has a normal habit of pushing Eve forward in these situations, but fails to do so.
Hi, I was told that you might be a special in relics and ancient symbols.
I'm quite knowledgeable in such things, yes.
Well, to make a long story short, and I know this is going to sound very bizarre, but I was found on a beach of Samaro in a basket as a baby, and this was with me. Do you know what this is? And she presents the symbol.
When she presents the symbol, he looks at Zhao, then back at her. It's like, I am very familiar with this symbol.
A little glimmer of hope.
This is of relation to a past god, defeated in the Archon War.
Oh,
and defeated again when resurrected in more recent times. Not killed, but placed into slumber. By way of throwing a house on them.
huh. That's one way to, I guess, defeat a god.
I have my suspicions about what this may mean in relation to you, given the circumstances behind those who dedicated to that worship, even after his defeat. He looks at the symbol. But there is but one way to confirm it. To return to the place those worshippers were.
Oh. And where would that be?
A place rather secluded. It... Fuck, I gotta pull up the map.
Haha, lore, maps, names. Things that I can come up with on the spot in any campaign that I'm running because I don't run in someone else's world.
To be fair, I normally can too. Location in the Guyan Stone Forest. I can lead you there in a couple of days' time. Given what is likely there, it would be helpful for you to have an experienced escort or two. He looks to Zhao as he says that.
All right.
Fine.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. General Director.
Call me Zhongli.
A pleasure to meet you. I'm Eve.
That does seem to... A name like Eve. Yes. That makes it all the more important that you should go there.
I'll be staying at the inn for a couple days. Just come get me when the time comes.
Certainly.
And with that, she's gonna bow and step back.
Oh, one more thing.
Yes?
Given the nature of what we're likely to find there, I find it necessary to apologize
She tilts her head to the side. Apologized.
You will understand in time.
All right. Looks to Janya like, well, this is definitely a big lead.
Janya snaps out of being a little bit bewitched for a second and goes, yes, this should be useful. This is forward progress.
Janya, are you blushing by any chance?
Janya does not blush. She does, however, freeze. She was.
Nah, roll double willpower to see if you're blushing.
That's fair, actually. Double willpower? Oh no, that's not good.
I'm not gonna make it that difficult.
5, 2 and 3.
Oh no, you're blushing.
Yeah. She doesn't realize she's blushing. She does not deal with social situations well like this.
Janya, do you need to step outside for a minute? You look a little
That might be
heated.
a good idea. And she was. She doesn't even let you finish the sentence, just leaves.
Well, that's a first. I've never seen her do that.
Oh my god. So yeah, she'll turn back to Zhongli and the others, like, you know, like seeing if they have any business with Mr. Zhongli.
Yeah, I guess Kaza will ask Zhongli about the person he's looking for, you know, giving the description of what he knows that that he looks like, you know, again, the iconic the armor.
In search of an Abyss Herald. Most would not seek out such. Most would not seek out someone like that unless they had very particular reasons.
He's a wanted man from Natlan.
I would imagine just about anyone from the Abyss would be wanted. Or the Order, for that matter. Still, for someone from Natlan to come this far, must be a more personal degree of being wanted.
It's like he's committed heinous acts I wish to not see happen again. He needs to be found immediately.
He nods and it's like, given that it seems likely, you've already told Zhao about this. You already have You already have the Conqueror of Demons on that case.
He just turns to Zhao, just at that title, Conqueror of Demons. He just kind of just turns and just looks at him.
I think it's more likely. Oh yeah, no, Zanya stepped out, so Zanya wouldn't have heard that. Because Zanya would probably be the most likely to know about the history of Liyue.
That would make sense, but yes, she is not in the room anymore.
And Eve certainly wouldn't. Gacha wouldn't. And given who you just told, you now have... Zhongli looks towards him. It's like, that part we may not want to reveal. You're going to have to eventually, given her. So what do y'all make of that moment?
That was neat.
Still, if this Poxlom is in Liyue. I have great confidence he will be found.
It's like if you happen to hear any word of his whereabouts, you know, find a way to send word to me immediately.
I will make great haste in doing so, Koza.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go check on Zhanya real quick. She would step outside.
Zhanya's kind of just standing outside, just like, kind of like rubbing her forehead.
You okay?
Yes. Or I will be.
It is kind of...
You go.
It is kind of warm out here, but I've never seen you blush before.
Yeah, it only happens around a certain few. I'm a bit picky. Anyway, anything
Understandable.
interesting happen while I was gone?
Just more talk with Koza, and we are probably going to be heading out to a certain place in a couple days.
Alright, well, by then I should be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Alright, well...
How about when we get done with here, we'll go grab a bite to eat.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
She kind of gazes back into the inn a little bit, see how the others are doing. Her gaze kind of goes at Zhao for a brief moment. Just a brief moment. And then goes back to Zhanya.
When your
Well-
gaze goes to Zhao for that brief moment, you see him, like, blink a little bit, almost like he could feel you looking at him, and then his goes towards you, but it's not like as intense.
Right. So, goes back to Janya, like,
You know, also thinking about it, I don't think that Shao Guy's really all that bad. Just if he is the conqueror of demons, it probably makes sense why he has such a tough exterior.
It makes sense.
Now, Janya, you know who the name Conqueror of Demons.
Yeah. So, yeah, that better fits into the head, I guess. Huh.
He's a Yaksha. He fought in the Archon War. He is like one of the most senior Adepti around.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that he does look like that. Yeah, no. Huh. Well, no, that would make sense. I guess that he's jaded because he's done so much. Had to deal with so much, I should say. Should probably
And that makes his comments about only recently not viewing himself as a weapon really hit a note.
Yeah.
so we're just gonna wait for the others.
Yeah, we'll wait for them. I think I'll definitely give him some slack, I think. It's a bit rough at the start.
Koza or Gacha for that matter, do you guys have anything else with Zhao and Zhongli?
Nope, I asked my question.
Nothing from Gotcha.
So you guys wind up stepping out. Zhao actually does move out with you. And he goes over towards Eve and he says, by the way, considering what is likely to be there. And actually, let me correct that. At first, Zhao doesn't join, but then Zhao is just with you, like further on down the road. No explanation whatsoever. Given the likelihood of what may be found in the lair of Osial's worship, I also feel the need to apologize.
She blinks a little bit. I guess it all depends on what's going to be found there.
It is something I'm more willing to come out with more directly now than Mr. Zhongli is. I'm a significant part of the reason that place is abandoned.
I take it there's a lot of evil that lurks there, isn't there?
Yes. But even...
Oh. Go on.
But I will say, no matter what you do find there, I do not detect that presence of evil from you.
I was raised by a lot of good people in Sumeru. And I can tell you are also a good person too. Just kind of gives a small smile.
Zhao fails to not blush.
Are you okay? You look a little flustered.
I'm fine. He... just gotta... I don't even know what skills you roll to lie in this game. Probably insight, willpower. I'm gonna say, yeah. You can contest that with double insight.
Double insight. My insight should be pretty decent. Yeah, it's a D10. Here we go. That is an 8 and a 5.
Not fully fine. He's a little flustered.
Oh dear. Zhanya, let's go grab something to eat, and then let's just go find a quiet place to sit down with our friend here. She knows the signals.
Yeah, Zhanya just takes the lead. They do wait to make sure that gacha is coming with, because they are still wary of the thing mentioned a bit earlier. Yeah. Oh my god. I need to stop yawning.
That's okay.
Like, this is also obviously that Eve does care that, okay, he might be having a little bit of a panic attack. It is hot, it is kind of crowded, and she knows the signs.
Zhao does end up telling you one thing, though.
Yeah?
If danger ever does come your way, say my name.
May I roll a willpower check to see if Eve could hide her blush?
Double willpower. Go for it.
Alrighty. Oh no. A 1 and a 3.
No, you're not the blood. Tomato.
I think I'm getting a little flustered too. Let's. She's screaming on the inside.
Janya is going to do her best to corral the group and get them to where they're going. In the midst of this mess.
This is what we call tension.
So, y'all get something to eat. Eventually things separate. And y'all probably go to in rooms in places.
Mm-hmm.
And the next morning, Kaza, Gacha, Janya, and Eve, all of you end up with notes in front of your door that say, get to the thing so I can stop the music dramatically. The sky shall fall. And that is where we are going to end this session 0/0.5.
You know who left those notes? It was fucking Hoopa.
Fucking
Alright. That was good.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, definitely an interesting system.
It is.
Yeah.
It took me a little bit, but I got the hang of it.
Alrighty. Okay, so just a reminder, everybody, this coming Saturday, we will be returning to Ravnica Trail of Dragons, and then 2 weeks from now, we will be coming back to Strixhaven.
Hell yeah.
Good night, everybody.
We'll figure out when the next time we're doing this is as well.
Mm-hmm.
This was fun.
Yes.
Next time we better have some combat so I can demonstrate the amount of fuckery that there is in this kit.
I'm so keen.
Next time will involve combat, don't worry.
It definitely will. We're going to a dangerous place, I think.
Yes, you are.
Oh yeah.
Keen.
Tell us when the stream is over.
Okay, alright, well, good night, everybody.